Focus on your live stream and let YouTube insert ads for you. No, thank you. I don't want ads on my live stream. Hello, welcome. How are you guys doing? Welcome to the live stream. We're gonna be doing another feedback stream as usual this Sunday. It's gonna be the last stream, hopefully that the camera quality looks like this. Next stream, I should have all of the stuff ready to start using a different camera. I know, like in this apartment, it looks terrible. I can see it in OBS. It looks absolutely terrible, the quality. But I hope that it doesn't matter. Welcome to Malogify, Daniel Guillory, Lush Chakra, welcome. Mind B, Kev Human, Klaus, how are you doing? Which camera? The camera that I normally use for my YouTube videos. So we're gonna have YouTube video quality camera. I cannot turn it on right now. I cannot show you right now. But next stream, it's gonna be YouTube quality or the normal video quality camera. I say YouTube quality camera, but that doesn't mean anything because I'm also streaming on YouTube right now. Anyway, let's get into the feedback. We already have a couple of tracks submitted. Let me just make this stuff look good. Here. Hello? There we are. Okay. You can already post your track as well if you want to. The first track is Lush Chakra. I hope that I'm saying that right, but that's the name. Hey man, noob here. In the live, I just want to know what I should add or remove. I'm still learning the stuff, bro. This is what I got so far. Any ideas.mp3. Yes, your track is the first one. Potato camera, indeed. It's gonna be a better camera next time. I hope next stream I have everything set up for the better camera. Anyway, any ideas.mp3. Oh, sorry. Any ideas.mp3. Am I gonna get in trouble for the copyrighted melody? There's gonna be a good chance. I'm going to send all copyright notices to you if I get any issues. Personally, I would start by cleaning your kick and bass. You have a very stereo bass line. It also looks like you just have like a normal sub bass in there, like a reese bass below it. Don't worry man, no copyright in there. Well, it's a popular Russian song, so. As Klaus is saying, yeah. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest here. It sounds like clearly as somebody who just started making psytrance. right? The sample selection is a bit off. Bassline sounds really weird. It sounds like you placed a sub bass below it that is just like one continuous note. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds like that. And it also like looks like that. Like this is just one sine wave sitting under there. I don't know why you would do that, what the reason for that is. Yeah, I've heard of the song before, not in that context. Hello FG, I saw the problem too. Is it like, is this by design or is this some kind of strange accident? Some weird thing happening from the kick or something like that? Yeah, it like even looking at the waveform, it almost looks like here there isn't really a bass waveform. This is just like a long sub bass. It was an accident, like I added the reset the bass by accident when I did a command in FL Studio. Okay, yeah, that's not done. To be honest, there's a lot more that gives it away. The whole like vibe of the track, the whole melodic idea is not really like psytrancey. I'm gonna say it's not like it doesn't work, but it's not something that is normally done in psytrance. You would get like a very pop like commercial version of psytrance in that way. Some other things to consider is the stereo-ness of the bassline. It's even stereo in the very low frequencies, which I should be able to show if I go. Oh, here. Here's a good spot. There we have it. You can see that there's like stereo for both the high and the lows, I guess, because you can see that there's like two waveforms here. So that tells me that the whole bassline is stereonized and not just the higher frequencies. Sounds like a Vini Vici bass. Yeah, it does have that kind of feeling, I would say. It's just not like cleaned up in any way, shape or form. I don't know if the bass cleanliness is taken care of or not. I'm assuming that it isn't. It's hard to tell because there's the Reese bass below it, so that's going to mess everything up. And it does have that kind of, you know, the wobbly effect that you would look for in determining if the kick and bass is cleaned up. Do I accept Spotify links? I accept any type of link. Yeah, doesn't really matter. But I cannot tell if it's like not cleaned up or if this is just the Reese bass doing it, and normally it would be clean. On the other hand, I would also say that probably the kick is too loud for the bass line, like the balance between the kick and the bass is off. Do you want to send it without the Reese? I would like to. Yeah, that would be a good idea. In the meantime, I am going to continue. The other thing I want to say, the intro sample selection. I'm not a fan of the drums, the way that they are in the intro. The drums don't really work with the melody. I would expect that if you're gonna do drums like this, that you would have them in the same rhythm as the melody. Here, it just kind of comes in. I guess this part works. And then it just becomes like a random loop. And then there's triplets in there, even though the rest of the track isn't triplet. So overall it's a pretty strange composition, but that's going to be normal as a beginner. Like, if you're a noob and you're just starting out, then you just need to... It's not so much about getting a right track, right? I'm not going to give you the tips on how to turn this into a professional track. What I would tell you to do is experiment, but try to find a way so that you can systematically determine what works and what doesn't work. And that's going to be a little bit different for everybody because it's going to depend on the way that you produce. But something like matching rhythms, something like getting a way that you can just quickly get a clean kick and bass out there, and something that not really is like a special kick and bass or sounds really, really good on your system, but something that, you know, just works, right? I am still working on the kick and bass video, the very long format video that I'm planning to make, so hopefully that will be out soon. I have almost scripted it fully. It just needs recording, but that's going to be like a 6-7 hour recording session, so I'm not really looking forward to that. But there is already a kick and bass guide out, and I have more stuff on kick and bass, so if you want proper kick and bass, then I would recommend going through all of my material on that. But you need to create a workflow in which you can produce tracks that sonically and from an idea like standpoint just kind of work, and then you can look towards, okay, how can I make them special now? How can I add my own sound? How can I make it stand out? Stuff like that. And something like cleaning up your kick and bass, learning that from the very, very beginning is just very, very important. I am going to continue with Theo. Newbie here, just thought I'd share what I've got so far. Basically just arrange stuff roughly, a bit of EQ here and there, but on that pretty much a sketch. Okay, so there is already the fix, so let's have a quick listen to the fix before. I'm just going to move to the latter part here. So this is still Los Chakra, and then we'll go into the other one. Yeah, so now we can see the other problem. And that's the kind of weakness of the kick and bass here. I don't think that the bass itself has any sub bass. What's also very, very strange is that your first transient, which you can see right here, has less frequency content, less higher frequency content than the second oscillation, which is this peak here. Usually you just want this to kind of close here. I guess this might be the stereo processor that you're using. I don't exactly know which stereo processor this is. It doesn't sound like any that I know. But yeah, I think all of the same points still stand. In this case, the kick and bass is like almost clean. I guess the kick continues in here, so that's an issue. It's a little bit of a strange way, because here the note looks so different than here, right? For some reason this harmonic is suddenly very strong, and then here it just looks different again. This is definitely not resampled. It is ozone. Okay. And yeah, well, that's very, very strange. To be honest, I don't really know what else I can say other than you are a beginner, so you're still in the phase of learning music production, right? It's a little bit early to give you the tips to turn it into... Wait, I have another plugin that I will try to change the bass. Well, I don't want to hang too much on the same track here. I am going to move on to Theo. But maybe at the end of the stream we can have another listen or something like that. For now, 150_v1.wave. I'm gonna get some dark side. There's some synths where the rhythm doesn't match with the kick and bass. It is actually very nice and clean. You could get away with a little bit more processing on your baseline if you wanted to. Of course, you would need to resample then. The phase alignment, I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this phase alignment here. And what I would overall say is that I feel like the track is missing a little bit of high end like frequencies. Just because it's dark side doesn't mean that you don't need any high frequencies. Like on the kick and the bass, could have a few, just a little bit more high frequency stuff. But overall, this sounds very, very good. It is very, very mono too. It is going to look, yeah, relatively more mono. At least on this analyzer. This should tell you like the general overview, which honestly isn't that bad, in my opinion. It just kind of stops here. I didn't stop anything. If this gets mastered, then this whole graph is going to widen out. Not just widen out, but it's going to grow. And then it's going to look a lot wider just because it's so small right now, right? I would need to maybe zoom in like this. And then you can see that a lot of the synth work is actually using the stereo field quite nicely. But because it's all kind of, if you're zoomed out like this, it's all kind of around this line here. It doesn't really show. Oh, there is an issue there. Did you see that? Here when the kick hits. That's a mess. Yeah, you would need to fix that. To be honest, the stereo field doesn't sound that off to me. It does have a very heavy emphasis on the low frequencies. So if it's very, very mono, that's a good thing for the low frequencies. Right? Because we want our low frequencies to be mono. Just because of clubs and stuff like that. Anyway, I don't have much more to say here. You didn't really ask for anything specific, so there's nothing else for me to discuss. Overall, I would say that it's a very good track. There's a few things to clean up, especially that kick roll that we just discovered. I would say a few more high frequencies, and maybe a bit more processing on the bassline. And the other thing is that I would just like to hear how it progresses throughout the whole track. Because it's easy to get an idea of 2 minutes like this. When it becomes really hard is when you need to extend that idea to, you know, an 8-minute track or whatever, or 7-minute track. Anyway, Interstellar Merger 150 BPM Master by Virtual Instinct is going to be the next track. Here you can already see, yeah, there's also panning left and right. It is a... This needs to be cleaned up for sure. The stereo field is almost the same as the track before, but now because this is mastered, it looks much more like it's using the stereo field. Just because this graph is a lot bigger. I'm not a fan of the snare, it's too dark in my opinion. Here, there it is again. I thought I heard a synth. I was concentrating to find a synth, but this synth is not on the rhythm. Here it's happening as well. This is the synth sound, and this is where the rhythm is supposed to be, and it's like in between the two actual bass notes. I'm already starting to sweat. This is what happens when you don't clean it up. This is, you can see the transient is just completely messed up of this bass line, right? Like it doesn't have those clear waveform. What you're looking for normally with a kick and bass is that you can really see, okay, this is where the kick starts, this is where the kick ends, this is where the first bass note starts, this is where the first bass note ends, and so on and so on. I can kind of make it out here, but you really just want it to kick starts, stops, and then the bass note starts, stops, and then the next bass note starts, and it stops, and you can just see that this bass note just continues into the kick transient. Overall, the sound design is really cool. I love your use of the stereo field. I love all of the different textures that you're doing. There was that one synth that was off the grid that was bothering me a little bit. But for the rest, it sounds really, really good. In this patch, it looks like the modulation, if you're just going up and down to the same point, I would consider going to different points. It felt like you're just going up, down, up, down. Okay, so this cannot work. This is a swing pattern, and the bass isn't swing, so that's not going to work. Again, those are mismatching rhythms. Swing on that lead and nothing else. There was some other synths that were like off rhythm. I don't remember if they were swing. I think they were like just one or two notes playing. But that seems to be a common problem here, but with this track, in that it seems that the rhythms that you're producing with aren't matching well. Yeah, if you're gonna do an element that is swing, I would do the whole track in swing, or at least make like a section for it, or something like that, so that the whole element carries through the same rhythm, because that's going to give you that hypnotic vibe that we're looking for in psytrance, right? Because what it signals to me is that there's like two things going on, and they're both fighting for my attention, in the sense that they're two overlapping rhythms that don't really match up in the same way. Yeah, it could be an audio file that is off. It could be that he used a preset and just didn't realize that, like, oh, this doesn't really work well with the track. This isn't how the track is supposed to sound, right? That when you're using presets, always check that the rhythm of the preset matches what you're doing with, for example, the kick and bass. So the main thing is clean your kick and bass, get a better snare sound, and make sure that everything uses the same rhythm. Next up, we have the memory, and hopefully I accept Spotify links, which I do. You don't need this. Or is it just going to play in here now? I don't want that. Voices. Okay, I guess this I can close. Oh, that's nice. There we are. Now it's playing in the browser. Now I can just listen to it normally. I love the sound design, the texture, the slightly lowering in pitch feeling that you have there as well. I like that your vocals are mixed high enough that we can hear that we shouldn't really pay attention to them. That's well done. Can pretty clearly see that this kick and bass wasn't cleaned up. Also, the bass line is too loud for the kick. And I would say that the drop itself is too quiet. Or maybe the kick and bass. Like, I would make the kick louder, but also the kick and bass louder. Like, look at how loud this is in comparison to the parts where the kick and bass is actually playing. Can you guys hear the kick and bass still? Welcome. I can no longer hear at least not clearly. I can hear the sub bass from the kick and bass, but all of the stuff above, I would say 100 Hertz, I can no longer hear that. Regarding length, that's what I got so far, still work in progress. Yeah. It's okay. I really like the idea here. I really like the sound design that you're doing. It's just mixed in properly. Like the loudness, I don't personally think it's one frequency, although I do see like the mid-range being very aggressive here. I just think that the whole volume of the whole thing the whole volume balance of the track is off. The kick should be the loudest element of the track. It's like the kick is the most important thing. It's what we dance to. It's what we use to drive the rhythm. And in this case, the kick just completely gets messed up. Here, this high frequency thing I think is just too loud. That's going to be very, very annoying if you hear that on a sound system, if it's that loud. It's going to be piercing in your ears, and people are going to run off the dance floor because it's going to hurt their ears. And again, the sound design is really cool, the texture is really cool. It's just the mix is completely off. I would also say that I'm getting pretty bored of this format synth here. I was hoping it wouldn't come back, to be honest. Because it's the same exact modulation like over and over again. Also, in terms of energy level, you're upping the energy level with the drums, and we're still in the like slow one-shot phase of the track here. Like this is, it's not just like a mixing EQ thing, this is just things being way too loud in terms of volume. Not setting your priorities right on, okay, what is the loudest element, which is the strongest element, and then which should be the second one, which should be the third, and so on and so on. And Kingpin, welcome, welcome. As cool as the sound design is, you should have somebody else look at the mix. Rule of thumb, kick and bass group minus 10 dB peak. Yeah, I guess that could be a rule of thumb, but what's really important is that you're prioritizing, right? Like it's say that you have a kick and bass, you have your drums, and then you have your leads. You can just say, okay, I want the kick and bass to be the most important element. We kind of all know that it's the most important element of a dance track is the kick and the bass, because that's what we dance to. Then the next most important thing is the groove of that, the groove of what we're dancing to, so that's going to be the drums. Then the third is going to be the main leads, and then you're going to have stuff like effects and one-shots and stuff like that. I don't like to set specific like peak level or either peak level or RMS level or LUFS level targets, because I feel like it's going to depend very, very much on the source material that you're working with. It is a good idea if you're a beginner to set a few targets like Dada is doing now in the chat. You can just use those targets to just have a like rough idea of where stuff should be. Well, I know we analyzed my track arrived with a paradox in Discord, but can we do a specific spectrum analysis for it? So you're the guy that messaged me before, right? Or not? No, this is source paradox. Arrived with a paradox. Where do we have that then? Is that one of the... Oh, here, yeah. Okay, we can do that. If you just send it into the same group, in the feedback stream group, then it's going to be in the queue and we just get there when we get there. Okay? Because I do like to go in order of things, so that everything is just done properly and I don't forget anybody's track and stuff like that. At some point I do want to give Patreons priority for feedback, so that we skip people when Patreon posts something. But I would need to set it up and make sure that it all works with like the Discord integration and stuff like that. It feels like sometimes the Discord integration isn't really working that well. Was the kick and base phase aligned at least? I just try to make every element to be heard clearly. Well, that's not the point of mixing. The point of mixing is to strike a balance between the importance of elements. Right? Not every element has to be heard clearly because not every element has the same contribution to the track. It's like when you follow a recipe for making pasta, you're not going to weigh all of the ingredients so that they weigh exactly the same for every ingredient. You're going to choose the weight of the ingredients depending on how much you need of every ingredient. You're going to use more flour than you're going to use pepper in like a pasta dish, right? And it's the same way with mixing, because at the end of the day, some elements just matter more for the track than others. So they have to have more space and more priority in your mix. We have to have a projector mix and cooking session. Again, as I said, once I have my whole camera set up, I want to do a cooking stream. I want to do like a pasta making stream at some point in my kitchen. I want to do more personal content and stuff like that, and just overall have a little bit more fun rather than just all the time sitting here doing the same thing. I put the same amount of pepper and flour. Your pasta must taste very, very good. But yeah, there will come a point, hopefully in like a month or something like that, maybe 2 months, depending on like the time it takes to set up, that I'm going to do something like a cooking stream. So you care about that triangle and want to hear it played? Oh, okay, yeah. I missed the first point. I used to be very strict about stuff like that too, but then I heard Subtronics explain mixing as if you were watching a high school band play and your kid was the one on the triangle. So you care about that triangle and want to hear it played. Kind of treat every element like that so it can be heard but not overpowered. Well, I don't necessarily agree with that, because I do believe that something like a supportive, like riser or something like that. And maybe it's also good to explain, when I do like build-ups, I usually don't put in one riser. I put in like 3 or 4, maybe a few tonal risers, a few noise risers, stuff like that. I don't necessarily want all of those risers to be heard. Some of them are like supportive elements, in the sense that I really want them to be in the background of everything else. They need to be out of the way. They need to be detailed stuff, right? So I don't want you to hear it. I just want it to be subconsciously there so that it just adds a little bit of extra rising energy, or for example with something like a background sequence that you put behind your main lead. I don't want it to be heard. I want you to hear the main lead. I just want that main lead to become a little bit more interesting, and the way that I achieve that is, for example, through adding an extra sequence on top of that that just adds a little bit of extra texture or something like that. In that case, I wouldn't say that you want that element to be heard. You just want to think about, okay, this is the most important thing, kick. Second thing, bass. Third thing, my drum group or whatever. The fourth thing is going to be the leads, and you just mix accordingly. With volume, with EQ, with... It also works in the same way in the frequency space. You can say, okay, my most important high-end elements are going to be the drums, right? The top loop. That's going to be the main high-frequency content. So I want sure that the majority of the high frequencies comes from that. Then the second thing is probably the kind of main lead, its grittiness and stuff like that. And then for the supportive elements, if I'm struggling with the amount of high-end that I have in the track, I'm probably going to remove them from the supportive elements first, because they're the ones that need it the least. And then I'm going to probably remove some from the leads, because those are the second in the hierarchy. And then if I still struggle with the high-end, okay, then I have to tackle the drums, and then I really have to carve out some high-ends from the drums. That's something that you're immediately going to notice. I hope that makes sense, the way that I explain this. Next up, we have Walkie Talkie by Man Who Isn't an Artist. 212 BPM in D, self-master. This is going to be an interesting one, I feel like. I'm 90% sure that this is the guy that used to have that very open bass sound. I hope he fixed that. I hope he got himself a normal bass line, a normal bass patch, because the way that his bass used to sound was very, very odd. I'm not 100% sure if it's the same guy though. Things. Kick and bass is nice and clean. I like that it returns to zero right before the transient here. So that's good. Personally, I would say that the bass line can now use a little bit of extra click, a little bit of extra high end. I also think the sounds, especially something like the hi-hats, they sound very machine gun-like, very repetitive. I'm also not sure if I'm a fan of that big of a snare. Do you think it makes sense to do a lot of mixing before being done with the track? If you're not done with the track, then it isn't mixing. It's speculation of what the mix is supposed to do. Like, you can only really establish a balance between elements, like an actual mixing balance between elements, if you're done with the track. During production, you're just like cleaning up, speculating a bit, okay, this is probably what I'm going to need, but that's not really mixing, because mixing is, it's not a, okay, I need to put EQ on this, I need to put EQ on that kind of thing. It is a mindset of setting priorities for elements and delivering space to elements. And the only way that you can do that is if you have a finished mix. Maybe a finished section you can already like pre-mix or something like that. can speculate on the mix, but it's never going to really be like a mix because it's not the final track. It's, to get another cooking analogy, it's like trying to determine what the pasta is going to taste like and just putting a spoonful of flour in your mouth. You're not done yet. That's my first head and snare synthesis from scratch. Honestly, I would personally get some samples, if I'm gonna be honest, because maybe what you can do with the synthesis is make it less machine gun-like. Especially the hi-hats, they sound very machine gun-like, and they're even mixed a little bit quietly, I would say, but you can still hear that it's the same sound over and over again. Usually what you have when you have samples is that you get some loops which tend to change a little bit over time. Everyone has their own workflow. I'm not saying that it's not a good idea, right? There's many producers that kind of mix in the production phase, but or even finalize some tracks in the production phase. But to me, that's not really mixing. It's like this modern hybrid version of production where you just create the track, and when you're at the end of the writing process, you're also at the end of the whole process. There's people that like master that track halfway through. When they're and I used to do that. I used to throw on a master chain basically when I had the kick and bass finished. But like that's different from actually mastering a track. It's not the same thing in my opinion, but I guess it's semantics more than anything. I personally think that one of the biggest things that have helped me over the last 2-3 years is doing production, then stopping production, then doing mixing, then stopping mixing, and then doing mastering. Really dividing up that in multiple steps. Dave, welcome. Just Dave, not Davey, who's usually here. HDHD music, yes, it's called high tech, and I really like it. Some really cool sound design going on. I'm starting to sweat, so I'm going to find myself the remote of the air conditioning as well as a towel. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue on with GRMS. But I try to produce so that I don't have to spend too much time in the mixing phase. Yes, 100%. That's a good idea. Like if you know that an element doesn't need any low frequencies and you put on a low cut at like 200 Hertz or whatever to remove those low frequencies that you don't need. One could technically classify that as mixing, but to me that's just like cleaning up or something like that. To me, mixing, it's a different mindset. It's that mindset of, okay, sitting down, finding balances between elements, and it's not about like you need to touch every volume knob and you need to EQ everything and compress everything and stuff like that. You need to do what the track needs, right? But the mixing mindset is what's important, as I said many times. So I won't go on any longer. Oper Kulum, thank you for the $10. Yo Projector, I send in a new track. I send in a new mix of a track I've sent in before, wanting some more feedback. Thanks. We have everything indeed in order, so we'll get to your track very soon. Mixing is a difficult skill to master. Indeed, yes, very much. But it is doable. It's you just need to. I think what most people forget is that you just need to like do it, right? You need to say, okay, now I'm done with production, and that's really hard to do. What a lot of people tend to do when they're like mixing their track is they go in and they say, oh, I still want to change the melody, I still want to change this patch sound. They're still working in the same project. And I've been working for like a year and a half now in Reaper, exporting everything, re-importing everything, and then just having audio tracks that I cannot change. It forces you to, you're no longer in the producer mindset, because you cannot produce anymore. You just have audio files, right? You cannot change the project anymore. You cannot really rearrange things. I guess you could do that, but it's usually a hassle when you're dealing with audio files, and it's never really the best option. So does sampling kick and bass make a lot of difference? Got both in MIDI? Yes. Yes. I think your track had very little processing, so you can get away with the MIDI version of it. But the video that I always send, and I think every sidetrance producer should watch, and therefore I'll send it again, is this one. It's about cleaning up your kick and bass and some of the issues that you might run into when your kick and bass is not clean. And usually that comes when people leave them either in MIDI or they carelessly like process their kick and bass. It's funny, there's a very, I wouldn't say that there's like this distinction that you can make where if you see a clean kick and bass, then it's a professional track, and if it's not a clean kick and bass, it's not a professional track. But I'm willing to bet that like all of the people that come in here in the feedback stream and they have a clean kick and bass the very first time they send their music in for feedback, they're going to have an easier time making good music than the people that don't, because it tells me that those are the people that care about the details, right? They care about something like how their kick and bass like finishes and stuff like that, how the waveform finishes, and that shows me that they went in there, they looked at the waveform, they checked out what their kick and bass is doing, and then they moved on. And that's something that not everybody does. Anyway, Gar MS, this is New G. Let's see what you've made for us. See? Nice and clean. But Gar MS has submitted many times before, so he knows the drill by now. Can I send them watch later? I have a bunch of family here at the moment. Sure. Or at home today. There's this really cool feature of the YouTube chat where they put a heart here so that I cannot read what is being written there. It's this amazingly thought through feature. It also takes a lot of practice to get things right. It does, yeah, 100%. I can see that you guys are clicking the thing now. The emote thing. It does nothing. Absolutely nothing, other than being annoying. Personally, I think that the atmospheres are a little bit too loud, like maybe 3-4 dB too loud. And I would say that what's happening here with the atmospheres is that we have a pretty high energy part of the track, right? Everything is transgated, everything is fast, there's hats on there, we have the snare. So this is definitely meant to be a very high energy part of the track. And then there's the atmosphere on top of it, which is just kind of going like this. This doesn't feel very high energy to me, right? It feels like there's a mismatch between the high energy elements of the track, and then there's this one very slow thing happening here. This is much more space where I would expect those atmospheres to kind of take over, and the sequences and all of the fast things to take a little bit more of a background part. You can consider the parts where you use a lot of one-shots and fewer sequences, maybe one of the spaces where more atmospheres can be. Or what you could do is transgate the atmosphere. Maybe it's just a personal preference. It feels like the track is sending two different messages to me at the same time. Maybe it's because I'm used to a slightly different kind of sidetrance. This is not really the sidetrance that I normally listen to. But in like the normal, like full-on, I guess, or more even like progressive side, there's the idea that there's like this main lead and that is carrying the energy and all of the track is built around it. Maybe that's a little bit less happening here. That's autoplay. That last part wasn't part of the track. It's definitely a tasting, maybe even like a subgenre thing. For me, it's more forced. Isn't this dark side? Isn't forest where you have like animal sounds and shit like that? I always assumed that forest they used a lot of sampling from nature and stuff like that. Again, one of the reasons why at some point I want to get through all of the different subgenres of psytrance. No, this was forced for sure. Oh, see, yeah, this is one of the reasons why at some point I want to make an EP for each of the individual subgenres of psytrance. There's a long, very long process. It's just more atmospheric. Ah, okay. Inspired by nature. The squelch can sound pretty organic too. Yeah. But I thought that there was like actual bird sounds and stuff like that. Not like a synthesized bird, but you just sample some bird sounds. Or you sample some, I guess, other animals. What else happens in a forest? Wind? I guess that's what the atmosphere is for, right? Emulating the wind a little bit. I don't know, maybe it's just the few forest tracks that I've heard actually just kind of did that. Lots of stomach sounds. I can just go like this and make a forest track. I hope you saw that. I hope that the camera picked that up, because I thought that was a funny joke. The sound of a tree chilling. Anyway, yeah, a few things that I think were like aesthetic changes that I would make, but other than that, I think a very, very cool track, and I would love to see where it goes. Next up, we have Ionic. If Virtual Riot sees this, I'll blame Nate from Eliminate. Okay. What if I see it? Yeah, I kind of agree with Dave. Like, if you're gonna do that kind of atmosphere on the high energetic part, I would like slightly transgate it. What if Stevie Wonder sees it? That would be a real wonder if he sees.
Hey guys.
Sounds good. I think Virtual Riot would also be mad at you because your kick and bass isn't clean. Maybe even Nate will get mad at you as well. Honestly, I like this part more than the sidetracks bit. I would just make this into like a chill hop part or something like that, or a chill hop song. Chill hop or garage. Ursa, welcome.
Boy, do I have some cool stuff to show you.
Or you were already in the chat, but I saw you say, "Hey guys," so, and everybody responding. Also consider making your bass line have a second harmonic. I don't know why this harmonic is so low in volume. I would personally have the second harmonic actually be the loudest. This sub bass feels really, really overpowering. And there was another thing that I wanted to say, but I forgot. Definitely eliminate audience vibes. I don't watch him, so I don't know. I know that he like does cool streams and stuff like that. He's like a dubstep producer, I think. He's an EDM artist. Well, yeah, technically so am I. Like, sidetracks may be a little bit strange, but it's still electronic dance music. But I understand what you mean. It's like kind of like mainstream. I guess not even mainstream, because he does like...
Hey guys.
Very... How would you say? Very strong kind of like bro step, dubstep, whatever it is. This is just unacceptable. A kick that looks like this. I know this is techno, it's supposed to be messy, but the mess kind of should stop here and then it's just 0 so that you have full power for the kick, transient, and then you have your rumble again. I like the little panned tom stuff that is happening on top of it. As in the massive, mostly commercial drops scene. Is he though? Because he does very aggressive stuff, doesn't he? Like, I don't follow him, but I've seen a few of his things. Like... Oh. I don't know, like... To me, like... Commercial EDM really is something like Martin Garrix. Or... I guess like Hardwell, Afrojack, the kind of really the people that go up on like Ultra main stage and the Tomorrowland main stage, like somebody like David Guetta or whatever. But like the dubstep scene hasn't been popular for a very, very long time. He makes Cybertrap. Very heavy dance stuff. Cybertrap, I've never heard of it. Sounds like something that is very small and underground. So I'm gonna rest my case. Anyway, I like the track, I like the idea, it was funny, some nice vocal shouts. And after this we have Arrived with a Paradox by Doc of Kurast. I've already given feedback on this, but he has spent some time mixing and mastering it again. But this is the old version that I sent you guys a week ago, so we're just going to have another listen and probably say the same thing that I already told him. Can't scan file for viruses. I'll trust you. the main melody. This is nice. I like this lead. Very infected mushroom-like. And I like that you introduce that after the vocal. The other way that you would do that is the other main melody that was in there. You can remove that as well. It just gives the vocal even more clarity. Really get the point across of the vocal, right? And you don't really need the melody there, like artistically, because the melody already played before.
Finally thought we managed to formalize,
at least in my opinion.
But it did not take long for us to understand that we were not even near to everything. When we understood that our language-based consciousness was limiting us with mathematical payoffs of the observable universe, our most productive artificial intelligence algorithms were commissioned to quickly determine alternative ways of devising methods that fitted our expanded limits.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know where you got the vocal from, but it felt like you have written it yourself and you just tried to get all of the catchphrases usually used in psytrance. I wouldn't like bash on you for the story that you're trying to tell, but it does feel a little bit like that.
It did not take long for us.
This part might be a little bit too loud. Google text-to-speech AI. You've written it yourself. This is usually something that you hear a lot, like when people write their own lyrics, even what I did with my album. If I go back now and listen to my album, I say, okay, everything, it feels like it was like written out. And a lot of the vocals that you hear in psytrance, they are just like sampled from a conversation, so it feels a lot more spontaneous, right? I guess that also has to do slightly with the fact that if you're writing something, and in my case I use the voice actor, but in your case if you're using an AI, it's always going to be like a perfect voice, like it's going to be somebody sitting down, really trying their best to convey that voice or the text that you send to them, either if it's an AI or in my case the voice actors that I use for the album. It feels written, whereas a lot of other psytrance tracks don't have that feeling. Which it might sound a little bit strange to like the average listener. And also for me, like as I said before, it feels like this was specifically written to check off all of the boxes of what the psytrance track should talk about. Consciousness, space exploration, AI, all of those things are coming through in here, right? Overall, the story does make sense, right? That this new element that is found, and it allows us to combine general relativity, quantum mechanics. There's another two things that are usually talked about in psytrance. If you like loop the whole story back into the title, then it does make sense from a story perspective, in that you're really telling a story, but it feels like you forced all of the keywords into the story. If psytrance were search engine optimized. But overall, very, very nice track. I think I've talked about a few small mixing things, the muddiness, it being a little bit too loud in certain points in terms of the mastering. The rest were all like artistic things. From a technical standpoint, this was a very, very well done track. I really like the technical way that you put this track together, that you mixed it and stuff like that. Made this 4ST tune some time ago. Does it feel too slow or minimal? Also, how's the mastering? As I mastered it on headphones, though it sounded decent at the gig I played at, but still not sure. 156 BPM, and he asking if it's too slow. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe it is forced. You're welcome, Ulas. Thank you for your submission. Oh, by the way, this is the Harmonic Subjective Encounter. With some really cool artwork here. I like that. I also seem to have a SoundCloud message. Obviously we can see kick and bass cleaning. In this case I would also say that the bass line is probably too loud for the kick. There was a kick playing on top of a bass note, so that's also going to cause issues. Until this point, I wouldn't say that it's too minimal. It sounds like you have a nice texture going on. Glad you like the art. You're welcome. Did you make it yourself? Okay, that's a little bit strange what happened there with the thing suddenly kind of opening up. It feels like this sound is sidechained and then it went out of time. Because it has that ducking feeling, but it's not ducking in rhythm with the kick. So either it was designed that way or there's some timing offset. Personally, I've stopped sidechaining completely. Like for mixing purposes, I'm able to get away with not having to sidechain and getting that ducking feeling. But sometimes I do it for like the aesthetic reason that I want the pump in there, and in that case I would line it up with the kick. You might also want to consider a little bit of stereo processing on your bass line. Just a little bit of stereo in the higher mid-range. I know this is a very dark track and you want it to be like very focused, and that's some benefit that you get from mono. But personally I like a little bit of stereo interest on my bass line as well. It just usually makes it a little bit more exciting. But obviously make sure that your high pass at maybe, I guess, 250 to like 500 Hertz for the stereo effect. The biggest issue that this track has, I don't think it's too minimal. I don't think that it feels too slow either. I don't think it's mastered strangely. I think the biggest issue is the kick and bass cleanliness and the volume balance between the kick and the bass. I think the kick can get like 3 more dB. And I'm surprised that this sounded good on a big system, because usually this kind of lack of cleanliness on the kick and bass is going to translate really, really poorly into a proper sound system. It makes it sound like there's just going to be this wash of sub bass, and it's not going to have that definition that we are after. That's what happens in this case is, let's hope that there's another part where it's just kick and bass alone, so I can explain it properly there. I'll explain it there. Yeah, I was messing with some fractal software. Oh, that might be why. Personally, I think it's missing a passing ambulance sound. I do not live there anymore, no. I do understand that it used to be a staple of my channel, but it hasn't passed here once. At this time I didn't know much about phasing. That are kind of all over the place. Yeah. right? So this is a good example, right? Here the sub bass just, it continues all the way into the kick transient, so it's not going to give you that punch that you get from the sub bass stopping like after this oscillation and then starting up again when this kick goes into the sub frequencies. Same with this bass. This is just one of sub bass. It's not like the boom 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 boom, something that pushes you into your chest. This just, it's like a continuous pressure applied on your chest rather than that pushing feeling that really gives you the how would you say, the trance feeling, right? Because it's the rhythm that you dance to. That's created by the little pauses in between each sub bass. Otherwise we would have one long sub bass in psytrance. Maybe at this point I would say that the sound design is going also a little bit crazy here. Well, welcome. Here, there's another one of those things where the sidechaining felt like it was placed on top of the kick. It's a nice track too. Yeah, I do like the track. There's some small details and then the kick and bass is a big thing. But I absolutely don't agree that this is either too slow or too empty or too minimal. Pause this as well. I'll definitely work on the phasing. If you need help, I do have the video still, I think even in my clipboard. Yeah. There's the tutorial that I did on cleaning up your kick and bass and all of the things that might cause issues. Because a lot of people, the issue is that a lot of people, they do resample their kick and bass, and then for example in the mastering they throw on 4 filters and then like they forget about the fact that they shouldn't use a filter after the resampling, right? Because you resample to make sure that it's cleaned up, so that you have the fades at the end and that everything is well defined in its own little space. And then if you apply 3 more high pass filters, it's completely going to ruin it again. But some people, they I guess don't realize, or maybe they don't even know that it's the filter that is causing the problem. It is really hard because it's not something that you can hear. Like phase issues, unless you are on a really, really good system or a really, really loud system, you're not going to hear it. And accidentally got lost in the synth. It did feel like that way. It felt like it started out nice in the first drop, and then towards like the middle of the last drop, it really went like, it felt like you decided to always step it up a notch, go a little bit more, and you don't necessarily have to do that because you have to like the break in the middle, so that is like your pause, and you don't have to go over the kind of craziness that you had before. You can just return to the same craziness that you had. Because I really, really liked what you were doing in the first, I guess, first 2 drops. Is this a breakdown here? Yeah, in the first 2 drops then. So, for the viewer at home, this part and this part. I really like that part. Anyway, Oper Kulum, he donated previously. I do need to quickly see what he said again. Wanting some more feedback, just some more feedback. I didn't ask for anything specific. Okay, we'll just give you some general feedback. Oper Kulum audio forthcoming featuring Bam Vox. Oh, I did that the wrong way around. Like this. Alpha, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
passion, unaddicted destiny, guided by passion, bound to me, like the sun to the seasons, hard to play a part, all desire without reason, falling for you, transcending all space and time, joy riding through the dark of night, orbiting the atmosphere of being with you, a long way to go to bring the light, as the moon chases the sky, and the sands flow with the tide.
Very well done. I'm taking it in. It's really well done track. I like the stereo feel that you're using. I like the vocal mix. The only thing is that I think that the vocals should have more stereo presence. As in it's now very mono, I feel like, which helps you with the mix because it gets a little bit louder from that. But I do feel like it's really smack dab in the middle, and especially when the doubles are playing and all of the harmonies and stuff like that are playing. Also, there's a few parts where it's a bit hard to understand. Maybe the vocal needs to be compressed a bit more. Especially when he went into the higher octave, I felt like it was a little bit hard to understand. But these are like detail things, right? You can get, I would say if you release it like this, it's perfect. I don't know what your idea was with the sonics of this track. Not the sonics, the dynamics of this track. But I feel like something like this 808 here, or even the whole track as a general, doesn't need to be this pumped and this loud. You can get away with a little bit more of a dynamic production. In my opinion. Because this isn't really dance music. Right? This is more focused on listening to the vocal. And in that case, being a bit more dynamic can definitely help. Hear that high I'm arriving that you have there? That could maybe be a little bit louder. And I guess that could be, a compressor could fix that. Overall though, very well done, very clean production, I like it. I'm gonna give you a follow as well. I'm not just saying this because of the money that you're paying me. I actually think that this is very well done. I do quickly want to take a break because it's been 1.5 hours, so as usual I put on one of my productions. I don't know if I maybe have played this in the last time as well. Probably have. Let me turn off the loop and then let's turn on the stereo thing again. But yeah, this is a track that I've been working on. I've probably played it quite recently, but I just really like the track. So I hope you guys will like it too. And I'll see you guys in a little bit when I'm done with taking a break.
that's one thing. It's a fun game. But where the real fruit is in the social aspect, where you get to meet people and play them a game and have a fun, competitive game. You do the best you can, but if you don't win, you won anyway. Because when you lose, you win too. Because if you're paying attention, you learn stuff.
Nice. I hope you guys like that. I guess it's like 90% finished. I need to do a few things with the outro. Maybe what I want to do for this outro is one more time play the vocal of whatever you want to do. Believe it, believe it, believe it. And then fade out with like play the game, kind of granularly fading out so that it's like the final message of the track as well. I forgot to bring a drink. 2 seconds and then we'll continue. Sorry for that. I'm now actually back, and where were we? Man Who Isn't an Artist, Fake Guitar. That's where we left. The chair is moving. Yes, yes. This is Italy, so nothing is like fully like water flat. What do you call it? Water level? I know it in Dutch. Waterlijn, but waterlijn? It's not level here. The floor isn't level. So if I stand up, the chair just goes. It just goes like this. It's really nice because I walk in here from this side, so I can always just kind of sit down and move in. Whatever I do with the chair, anytime that I come back, it's always ready for me to just sit in. So it's actually, yeah, but the level that they use, it's like a water thing, right? So in Dutch we call it waterpas. That's the word, waterpas, which basically means level with the water, because the water is always like the exact level that you want. You know the thing that has the bubble in it that you use to like measure it? That technology never came to this place. Although, when we first got here, we had a garage in our old home, or in the home that my parents still live in actually. We had a garage and we needed to redo the floor there, and they had a really interesting technique on making that level, and that actually worked. The apartment is on the side of a hill. No, it's in the middle of the city. It's flat like a pancake in this whole area. I live in the middle of the Po Valley, so it should be flat. It's like an art form that they weren't able to make it flat. But when they installed the floor in our garage, what they would do is they would say, like, they would have a tube of water, and then what they would do is they would the tube they would put on one angle of or on one corner of the garage, and they would mark like a meter above the ground, and then it would reconnection successful. It's so annoying. I tried to fix it, the connection issues, and it's still happening. I actually spent some time yesterday afternoon trying to get those random disconnects fixed, but it seems to be an OBS thing. It doesn't seem to be like my internet thing, even though my internet is shit. It still seems to be an OBS issue where it just disconnects for a second or two. It might have to do with the ISP blocking the surface because you're using it for too long, something like that. A bubble level, yeah, that would be the small thing that they use. But when they did like the floor, they just had these tubes of water, and because the water is always on the same level, they could just like measure like a meter above where the floor would be, and then they just mark that up on many spots on the wall, and then they made the floor exactly a meter or like 50 centimeters. I don't remember like the exact measure that they used, but I thought that was pretty genius, and it's remarkable that even though they have this massively like cool technique, that it doesn't seem to work. Actually, I can show you how scuffed my apartment is. I hope that you can see it. I have to turn the light off here because otherwise you won't be able to see anything. But if I grab my webcam and move it over here, you can see like the entrance there. It goes up like 5 centimeters over the space of that one tile there. So that stuff just kind of happens here in Italy. I hope you were able to see that. I don't know, because I cannot see OBS when I'm standing back there. Yeah, the Pisa Tower is actually the only straight thing here in Italy. It's very strange, but they managed to make the Pisa Tower straight, and it looks off because obviously the rest of Italy is tilted. Anyway, man who isn't an artist, fake guitar 192 BPM B mastered. Going to... There we are. I like this kick and bass. It's also clean. This part feels a little bit strange. I also didn't like the riser before because it was a little bit too loud in my opinion. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this very melodic part here. Yeah, you can hear this, the riser just kind of comes in and it's loud from the start to the end. Also, it rises to a point that doesn't really make sense in the composition. I know that the synth changes, but there should be a fill for that. Also, when you're introducing the drums, in my opinion, there should be a fill kind of denoting that that's going to happen. Good as like the sound design is and all of the sound is and all of the crazy things that you're doing, it feels like you're not placing the elements deliberately. Right, I know that it changes at like the 8 bar mark, but because there is no fills, there is no announcement of the change happening, it doesn't really flow well, the track here. There's also a lot of rhythms. This might be a good case, like this part here, where you're denoting the second 16 note of the beat, right? So this is the longer part. This is the one that has the most power. It feels like this should be on the kick and it just got desynced for some reason. Usually what you'll see is that the first one that, or the first and the third 16 note are the ones that get like denoted the most, because that's where kind of the groove of the track is, right? Especially when you have the kick on there. The kick is what we dance to, so having the synth kind of coming in a little bit later just feels a little bit off. You can imagine when dancing, when you're just bopping up and down, that the kick is where you kind of go down, and then the offbeat is where you're at the high point of like your bounce. That's also why the offbeat hi-hat is such a powerful element. And again, I think that this bass line can use a little bit of extra transients. I like the complete stop. That's nice. Can I remove this bit here as well? This one goes away, but this one doesn't. Welcome. Also, here again, it's completely mono. I'm not a fan of completely mono bass lines like that. I like my bass line to have a... Oh. Bloop. Just a final little thing there. I like my bass lines to have a little bit of stereo information, maybe like, I guess, like from here to here, right? So from this point, I guess, to this point, you just have ever so slight stereo information on the bass line like this. Personally, I like that more because it just adds a little bit of extra texture. Something that I always think about every time Davey joins the chat is that I cannot just say like how you're doing, because this is a long story, but I think it's funny. The guy that I use, or the guy that I edit for some other YouTubers, like to make a little bit of extra money. But the guy that I edit for, there's a meme because he does GTA 5 like speedrunning stuff. Let's see if I can find the meme. Here we are. Every time that you join the chat, I have and I ask you like how you're doing. In my head, I hear this. So this is like a speedrun strategy where they use a blimp to arrive at this place where they have, so obviously speedrunning, you're trying to do it as fast as possible, play the game as fast as possible. And here, there's a mission right here on this like balcony thing. And this is what happens when you arrive.
Davey, how you doing?
But it's
So every time you join the chat, this voice line goes through my mind. I want to say it in the same way and everything. It's just sometimes it's a little bit distracting, but I thought it would be funny to share this. Next up, we have Antarctic Storm by Klaus K. Looking at the waveform, this is going to be the psytrance version of Klaus. Davey! How you doing?
Den antarktiske stormen.
Me like, nice and clean. A little bit strong on the transient. Maybe you can see it in the waveform. It's like a little bit high end. I usually cut my transient, especially for the bass line, I cut my transient at like 9K. And for my kick, I would say almost the same, I guess. Maybe the bass line even less. Maybe the bass line like 7K and then the transient of the kick like 10K. You do want a little bit of difference so that the kick is a little bit more pronounced. Davi. That can work. But I do like the meme. Once again, going to show that breakbeats just work with everything. I don't know what's happening with the stereo field here. This might be the analyzer just messing up. It does seem to happen on the kick transient, doesn't it? Is it properly cleaned? I thought it was from the earlier waveform that we saw, but maybe this, because it does sound like, I guess, MP3 encoding, like the strange kind of clicks that you get. You tend to get very strange transients, and because this is such a transient heavy kick and bass, yeah, you could see here you could see it. The first kick. Look at the first kick transient versus the other kicks. No transient and then whole transients. And you hear that you get this slight like slide into it. I think that's MP3 encoding that is happening here. And looking at this part, that's also suggesting that there's some encoding going on there, that we're losing a lot of the frequency content there. I don't know if you did it or if SoundCloud did it, and we just notice it a lot more because the transient is so pronounced here. But that's one of the reasons why I personally like to stay away from like any kick and bass, like any 10K or above, I would say, for the kick and bass in terms of the frequency. I would just roll it off, as I said, 9K probably for the kick, and then maybe 7K or something like that for the bass line. Most of the time that space is going to be taken up by the drums anyway, so you're not going to hear that really clicky transient. But overall, very, very nice. Obviously, composition, nothing to say about that. This is a Klaus track, so composition-wise, it's going to be a very, very good production. And like your use of instrumentation, your use of like the melodic stuff. I still don't know how you do it, but you somehow in every track seem to have like this very unique kind of sound to it. It's not even that, I wouldn't say like the elements in and of themselves are very unique. There's just something about the way that you're writing with them that makes them just stand out in a different way and sound very, very unique. I'm assuming that you're also going to do like a third drop on this, because it's now like 4 minutes, right? Maybe not, depends, I don't know. Normal, like the normal side tracks, for those that don't know, is like 6 to 8 minutes. So you definitely have the space for another breakdown and then a third drop. Anyway, next up is Acid, who is not here yet, or isn't here like at all. He has family over, but we're still going to listen to his stuff because he will listen this back. This is called Intertwined Galaxy, A minor, 140 BPM.mp3. I'm curious if he implemented the change in kick and bass that I recommended him. A little bit less mid-range heavy sound is what I recommended.
Marijuana in an isolation tank is as heavy as any drug that's out there.
Joe Rogan, obviously.
You just see things. You see the fabric of the universe.
Sounds a bit better already, in my opinion, in terms of the nasalness. Like that nasal feeling that you get from a very warm, bit heavy bass line. Personally think that this one sounds a bit better. If you want, you could still remove a little bit of like 500 Hertz area. I'm personally not a fan of 500 Hertz in terms of the frequency content. If your bass line is just like a straight line down, like it is in this case, what I would do is just kind of like have a small scoop out of the 500, 600 Hertz area, because that makes your 200 Hertz to 300 Hertz area stand out a little bit more. I'm working on a 20 minutes track idea. Very cool. That's a live set, yes. After 15 minutes, it's legally a live set. This sounds a little bit strange. I don't mind the rhythm not matching up anymore when you're doing that slowdown effect on the kick and bass, but it felt like the kick and the bass were using different like speeds of slowing down. That sounds really off. Here that sound is a little bit loud. This one here, like -2 dB, I would give it. But I do really like this part. Very Brazilian style. Fucking voices, welcome. I like how you have a different hue. Feels like YouTube had to, or YouTube forced you to change your name or something like that. I am having a good Sunday. Thank you for asking. I should probably zoom out a bit more here so you can actually see the whole stereo field, I guess. You have to change it? Oh wow. I'm gonna be honest, I'm getting a little bit bored of these leads. In a breakdown like this, I would earlier go with like a real world instrument or something that is a little bit different from what we had before. Because these were just the leads that were happening before. I would like fade them out. Maybe something like this, right? A lead like this can really just take over the whole breakdown. And then obviously in here you would have a different lead again. I actually have a video coming out very soon on structuring your sequences. Okay, that vocal is not understandable, which is a shame because the other ones were. Feels like that vocal should continue the story, but it doesn't because you cannot understand it. Overall, very cool track. I like that. Obviously, like Acid is a long-time viewer, and he always has I guess, a very similar style, but also a very just overall good production quality. So this is definitely on par for what he usually does. We have now Sonic Flux. I cannot really talk a little bit more about this because Acid isn't here, as he said before. So that means that we're going to continue. As you can see, I'm getting a little bit tired, but I'll just try to carry through it. Wait. What's happening here? I just looked at this waveform and it seems to be split up in two. I don't know if that's by accident or if this is supposed to be like that, if we're just going to be sitting here in silence for a couple of minutes. If not, should I skip the last part? It's also 15 minutes long. I don't know if I want to listen to that whole thing then. Other half is an accident. Okay, perfect. I think what happened is you just left like a little idea at the end of your project and forgot that if you render it without like a loop function or something, like you can in Ableton, that it just renders the whole project. Because there's a lot of people that produce with the, yeah, that put their old ideas at the end of the project so that they still have them. You rendered the whole thing without selecting. Yeah, that just happens. Kind of, is this a rumble bass or is this supposed to be rolling? Because it doesn't really have the transient for it. I don't mind it though. I do like the vibe that they're getting here. I just don't know if that's the intention. Tech trance. Yeah, then that's probably how it's supposed to sound and look. What I'm missing in that case is the standard kind of techno top loop. You know what I mean? The kind of longer cymbals that you hear, the very drawn out offbeat hi-hat. In this case we just have one very simple offbeat hi-hat, and it's a closed one as well. So it doesn't really have the tech feeling in that sense, because it doesn't really have the high end to like balance against it. To be honest, I just think that this is tech trance, like you said, which should already be a genre. Here at least we have the offbeat open hat that you get from techno, but that's not even the whole offbeat. As you can see, it's missing a little gap here. And normally you would see with like techno this whole high end be used for that kind of classical techno drum loop, right? The one that I did before. I don't know if I like this bass pattern here. I did really like the just kind of full almost rumble style bass that you had before. Because all of the other elements are very slow and none of the other elements follow the same rhythm, so it just feels a little bit off, in my opinion. Looking for this. Also, is there a reason why this whole track is bent slightly to the right? We had that before with somebody who just sent in a track where they're, for some reason, either their kick and bass group or their master even was just slightly panned to the right, and it seems to be the case here as well. Maybe the way that you're stereoizing it, it gets it a little bit more to the right than... Well, mastering is not going to fix your panning issues. Very strange that that panning is... I do like the fact that you left this long bit of silence. Because that means that there's no autoplay. So thanks for that. Next up we have another track from Christo, man who isn't an artist, Megamix. I'm probably pronouncing that other name wrong, but H-R-I-S-T-O. This is Megamix 230 BPM C. It is nice and clean. That riser is way too loud, especially at the beginning. I do like this kick and bass a lot more than the previous ones. The previous ones from today, as well as the ones that you used to send before, where it was just completely open. Again, I'm not a fan of the snare. It sounds way too long, way too aggressive. Especially as the hat is nowhere near this powerful. Again, sometimes there are notes that are just like overlapping strangely with the kick. Here is again. Here again. and they just don't work with the rhythm. Here there's a note that... Can I zoom in the other way? I guess not. It just becomes completely blurry as well. That vocal caught me completely off guard. That was very strange. It does indeed sound very yeah, I agree. Here again, the rhythm, this stuff is not on like the important parts of the track, right? Like it feels like this rhythm is misplaced by the 16 note. Honestly, it feels like you're mashing random keys and then a melody comes out and sometimes you repeat the same thing a few times. This isn't even on the 16 note. This is sitting right in the middle. To be honest, I'm not sure if I like it. I'm not sure if, for one, there's the like the very strange, how would I say, the very strange like rhythms and combinations being fairly off. The vocal thing was a big problem, but it also feels like the tracks that you've been sending me, like the last 6-7 tracks, have all been very, I wouldn't say like similar, almost, I wouldn't say the same, but like very similar. It feels like there's not a lot of progression in what you're trying to do as an artist. I don't know like how long it took you to create all of these tracks or something like that. Maybe this is just something that you created all at once and now you're sending tracks in every once in a while. But like the last time, I noticed it as well with when we talked about your bass line the first time. I talked about like you having an open bass line sound, right? Do you remember? And then the next week you came back with like the exact same bass line, and I was like, well, I would really change this bass line if I were you. Now you have done it, so that's a good thing. Very good of you. I as I said, I like this kick and bass. That's very good. But it feels like the sound design, it's always the same. It's always the same kind of ideas. It's always the same kind of thing. And I think I've heard like now 5-6 tracks from you, and it does feel like it's always the same idea. It's always the same thing. It's always very fast as well. That's another thing. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of 230 BPM. Maybe that's just a little bit too fast for me, and I'm not really enjoying it because of that. Even though I'm technically now also a high-tech producer, making tracks. The last high-tech track that I started is 200 BPM, so I should be enjoying it. But it feels a little bit off. As I said before, that it felt like you were mashing buttons and just like a melody came out and that was what you just went with. there is a lack of placement, and there's a lack of transition, and there's a lack of preparation for what is about to come for the listener. And that is very, very important, because it feels like you're just going from one idea to the next, and without like any like idea of, okay, we need to prepare the listener for the elements that are about to come, because the listener doesn't know what is about to come, and you want them to flow through the track, right? You want them to be in that trance-like state. Also, I feel like there's a distinct lack of fills with your tracks. It would be really cool, or it would be a really good idea for you to do some fills. Also, inside or in high tech, what is important are the complex edits on the bass line. So to give you an example of that, I can actually pull up one of my tracks. I guess this is the one that I would like to show for that. Give me a second. Yes. Something like this, right?
Warning. Amici Leoni, io vi saluto.
Do you hear all of the reverse kicks, all of that kind of stuff? The little pause here, the little melody thing. What you'll also hear is that in terms of the melody that I'm using here, it's not so much that we have a progression. You go from one to another, to another, to another, to another. What you're doing is one bar is one key, next bar is another key, next bar is another key. I don't... maybe this track was a little bit less, but in the last track that was really the case. Not this track that you just sent, but the last track that you sent before that. Fake guitar. In that case, it felt like you were just going with almost like a chord progression idea. And for me, melodies, in terms of bass melodies, this feels a little bit more like danceable and a little bit more groovy, right?
Warning.
There's like a flow to it, in my opinion. I guess this part doesn't really have a... This is a good example. And a cool thing that you can do if you do really want to do a key, like a key change, is let's hope that I find it first time. Here. So you hear there's like a little build up. I have a cool, unique vocal snippet, in which actually funny is that it says, here's where you've improved, and then it goes into the lower like part, right? So there's a little preview of the bass line that's about to come right here. That's very interesting. So again, preparing the listener for what is about to come. That lower tone comes in, and then it's double kick, and then we just actually go into what's happening there. Also interesting to note, this synth only really plays in here, because this is a different key. Sorry, so I make too much changes in the bass line? No, it's the bass melody. When it comes to a bass melody, so let's compare, right? And I'm just going to go into projects. Let's see if I can quickly find it. Higher tech. This is always going to take a while to load, but it should load at some point. I'm just going to quickly find the bass group so that I can show you like the actual MIDI for it. Please just load. There we are. You can close out of that. As you can see, what's happening is that like the whole melody, you can see that there isn't really a key change. What you're doing, if we look at your melody, is that you have something like this, and then you go like 5, and then maybe like 3. I don't know the exact progression that you're using, but you get the idea. This is what your melody looks like, and then when we look at my melodies, it's these. You're staying around the root note, and then you're just kind of flowing upwards and downwards, and in some cases I go a little bit more, you know, I go a little bit higher still, but it's all kind of centered around the root note. And here I go even more crazy. You can do like very big jumps in this way. You can do very high, very low, that kind of stuff. But as you can see, what happens is that the root note of the melody kind of stays the same, apart from like spaces like this where you want to emphasize something. It's not going to sound good here because it's different BPM. Let me find that spot in the track then. So that would be, I mean, I guess this is a good example. That would be here.
Warning.
We can take a look at that spot there. So here I have I want to emphasize this part a little bit here, right? So in terms of the melody, we're using a key change here because this is unique. And the same could be said for probably this part here. You can see end of the musical phrase. So we just go down a little bit, and then it goes down. I usually put 4 bars in the root note on one note and other 2 on the second. Hello Zenline, welcome. Yeah, but what I would suggest is that you look into making melodies that look a little bit more like this, where you're staying always on the root note, except in very strange cases where you want to do like a little bit of emphasis. As I said before, where you have something like this.
Warning.
And then you go back into the flow and you play with the notes that you're playing, but you're always kind of flowing away and then immediately going back. Basically within the beat, right? This is one beat, this is one beat, this is one kick drum, this is one kick drum, this is one kick drum, this is one kick drum. That's how you have to read this. Maybe that wasn't clear. In that case, what I would recommend is that you do something like that, where you just it flows up and then it immediately goes back down, so that what that does is it gives you a much more grounded feeling. If you do it like this, the way that you're doing, where you're actually switching keys all the time, it feels not that grounded, and you're not going to get that psytrance effect, that effect of creating the continuous like rhythm, which is, I want to remember who said it, but there's this documentary about psytrance, and somebody explains like it's all about the rhythm, the constant push, the constant like drive to create that trance feeling in the person that is dancing to it. And in order to do that, I do believe that you need to basically stay on the same note and basically stay on the root note, and then use these like changes in key that we have here, for example. So this is like an actual key change, right? Where we go down for more than a beat. This is just like a little flow thing. So there's like 2 distinct ways that we're changing away from the root note. This is like very short thing that just like slightly uplifts you or slightly goes lower. And then the other part, it's like really low or really high, or it's used to create some emphasis. So you can hear that for a longer time we're on a different key. And then obviously this is a key change in the sense that we're just really going to a different key for a while. That's a different part of the track. And even in here you can see the bass melody is basically, it stays on the root note, and every once in a while it just, even within the same beat, it goes up and then back down again. Thanks, hey, I'm working on a mix and I got a bunch of video footage in nature this weekend, can keep an eye out. Something for YouTube. It's only one video. Nice. King Thane is rendering as well. Nice, nice, nice. I hope that I could help you there. Distro, I hope that it makes sense. What I explained. If not, maybe you can watch this back. I am also tomorrow premiering a new series where I'm going to be making a track from scratch. It has been requested a couple of times that I do that. Obviously it's something that clashes with like the goal of my masterclass, which is because I sell that product, I really don't want to do that. But what I've essentially done is I've edited it down so far that it's not really that instructive as the masterclass. And obviously I'm going to use the heck out of it and say every episode I'm going to say like, oh, if you want to actually learn how to make a track from scratch and see me do all of the things, then buy my masterclass. Because I want to sell those, you know, because I like to eat. But yeah, so I'm doing a high track from scratch, video series, and I've recorded the second one as well. The first one, I'm not really proud of the first episode, like the end result of the first episode, but in the second one, we're really creating something cool and some cool ideas from it. Hope you're setting into the new place well. Yes, I'm still setting things up and everything. Actually today I talked about this in yesterday's stream, right? How I want to have the screen rotate and the camera rotate so that I can have the DJ set. Let's see if I can show it without it burning your eyes out. This is going to be, oh, this is delayed. The camera is delayed from my movement. That's funny. This is going to be where the DJ set will happen. So the screen where my webcam is sitting on is going to rotate 180 degrees. And then my main camera is also going to rotate 180 degrees. And I just got the first of the two brackets for that. I'm going to turn it into an unboxing video, so I won't show it today. But I'm basically, yeah, I'm filming everything and I'm going to set it up and everything. But some of that stuff arrived. Anyway, next up we have Mind Break and all those fucking voices. Or, yeah, Mind Break and all those fucking voices. Apparently this was something like the wrong one or something. I saw a little bit about it in chat before, but I sent the wrong version. I'll send it again. So do I need to wait for that other version, or is this updated? Oh, edited. I think that means that this is the right version then. I hope. But anyway, this is Mind Break versus all those fucking voices, and the track actually doesn't have a title, which is an interesting approach. Not something that you see every day, but you do you. Let's hear. That's the right one now. Perfect, perfect. Vocals nice and clear. I like that. Sorry, I'm trying to grab some snacks and I know I'm making a lot of noise. Nice powerful kick and bass. Should be cleaned up though. Right, resampling, resample here, make sure that this transient has its space. What's behind me here? This is a plant. It's really hard to point at something when you're looking into the camera. This is a plant, this is a couch, that's a lamp, that's a wall, there's another wall, here's the ceiling, there's a little closet, couch, yes. I could just stream from there. I could just go like this. My camera is a little bit low. If I do... I can just sit here all day. The couch is for a gaming stream. The track needs stereo. To be honest, the rest of the track doesn't, but this kick and bass here is completely mono, and then yeah, I agree that the bass having a little bit of stereo in those higher frequencies would be nice. Maybe next time a couch stream. Well, I'm hoping that soon I will be able to set up the camera for the DJ stream. But we'll see, maybe a couch stream. I want to do a whole bunch of different streams. Pasta making stream. But the rest of the production is phenomenal. It sounds really well done. I like the balances, I like the mix, I like the overall idea of the track. I like its weight and its power. We're going to get a nice acid synth as well. Sleep stream. I don't know if I want to do a sleep stream because I sleep fully naked. Personally, I would suggest if you're going to have kicks like that, to filter them in. Slowly, like low pass them in. Ooh. I love the clap effect. This is really well done. Zone step, how are you doing? Welcome. Very well done. I really like that last part. Yeah, there's not much more to say. There's some cleanliness issues, but other than that, cleanliness issues and the stereo on the baseline, I would recommend it. That's not like a necessity, I would say. You can get away with not having like a little bit of stereo spread on your baseline. But I always find that it just adds that little bit of extra power. I can actually give you an example of that, because I can make a kick and bass really fast. We go to my kicks. We are in 143 BPM. Let's go like a higher one. That tends to work better. we get ourselves a nice serum. I now also have a base patch here in serum that I like to use, which obviously this one I couldn't find. Nice. I just want to show you the difference between mono bass and slightly stereo bass, that the feeling that you get from the stereonization. This needs to be a little louder. This versus that's a bit much. Do you hear the difference? Like the extra bit of texture that it gives? It's not just like the stereo feel that it gives. In fact, if I put a utility on this and I sum it to mono afterwards, it does nothing. It's just in the stereo feel that it makes it more interesting. So this is completely safe when it comes to putting it in the playing it on like a mono system. Where can you send the song? !feedback will give you a link to my Discord, and then you come in here, you'll land on the landing page where you can add my tracks to your playlist, which I highly recommend, and then you just scroll down to feedback on stream, and there is where you post it. I always like to plug my track a little bit. Anyway, next up we have Magic Mushroom by Klaus K, another Klaus track. I do really need to pee though, so I'm going to do another break first. What would probably be a good idea if I just play that high track now during the break, right? Because I teased that a little bit. I have made a majority of that on stream if you want to see it. There should be a few streams that actually say like making high tech, and if you watch those, that should all be the creation of this track, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously I did like things off camera and stuff like that, but like a large part of the production of this track is actually online. Klaus and I sent the link twice. Oh. I don't see it. I only see Klaus's link for Magic Mushroom. Is Magic Mushroom the track that you guys made together? Cybernetic, welcome. Welcome as well. I don't see a track from you, Zenline. So I don't know what you mean by Klaus and I sent the link twice. Ah, for Zone Step. Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood. Anyway, I'm taking a quick break and then I'll be right back and we'll get into Klaus's track.
io vi saluto.
Power generation.
Io vi saluto.
Migliorare.
Amici leoni, io vi saluto.
Sierra 1, we have a Black Hawk down. 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 Down.
Pensa a te che stronzo.
I'm back. I know I was a little bit late. Track is a little bit shorter, and I also decided to change t-shirt because I was sweating too much. It does seem to me that this thing is malfunctioning a little bit. like the stereo. I just saw like a flash of it going like that, and that sometimes mean that it just... Do you see it? Sometimes it just kind of flashes there. I don't even know if it picks it up on the... Yeah, here you can see it just randomly makes the stereo field very, very large and is flashing and stuff like that. So the way that I'm going to do that is I am just going to go into here. Boop. Oh, nice. I cannot move it. Perfect. Exactly what I want, Ableton. Thank you very much. Bam, 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 bam. And now everything should be okay except this. I should probably override it so that the interface is just like perfectly aligned the way that I want it. And this is a bit more zoomed in. Oh, that's not the right way to do it, but I'll change it. Does the song that I want to show you have to be downloaded, or will you listen to it from SoundCloud? I will listen to it from SoundCloud. That's no issue. There are like some issues, I guess, with quality, because SoundCloud does a little bit of compression on it, but I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Nice track. Tiger. Everybody's liking the track. Nice free stereo tool from Flux. I would like to at some point just get an interface that shows the things that I want, because this one is a little bit laggy. This one, if I like, can I play still? If I do like this and I start to zoom in, it loses all of the quality. Right, this just becomes a blur. And as you can see, you lose information also, again, zooming out. I guess this is kind of where we had it. So it's not the best interface, but it does the job of showing everything that I want to show about a track. Also, this is the issue of like random clicks happening sometimes in there. This is free and open source, but it's not the best sometimes, and it, as I said, this thing sometimes crashes and stuff like that. So it would be nice to have a different one, but for now it does show everything that I wanted to show, and I haven't found an interface that shows everything this cleanly on like a nice background that you can exactly say and that I can exactly point things out. So for now I'll just stick with this one. Do you know of a product that allows you to do that? If I knew of a product that allowed me to replace Signalizer, I would have done it already. Yeah, I haven't found it yet. Excursions by Davey Kaiser. Davey, how you doing? It's just always stuck in my mind. Anyway, time for some more candy. Cool abstract atmospheric intro already. I wonder where this is going, because the waveform doesn't tell me anything. Like the SoundCloud waveform. Oh, yeah, the track name is Excursions-1. Not sci, very experimental. I love it. It's like video game loading music. Did we skip Klaus? Did I skip someone? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. We'll go with you then after that. I do remember now that I said that we would listen to your track, but I guess I scrolled down a little bit. Or maybe another message popped up and it pushed the Discord up. That's a little bit strange that it just kind of stops and then comes back. I don't know if I like that. What I would do is where you have that stop in the drums, where you have that little fill in the drums, I guess. Or it's happening multiple times now. But I would just kind of continue this until you have the fill in the drums, and then I would maybe do a key change with this whole idea. So that the whole chords kind of move up a little bit. Drums sound really far away. I do kind of like that. It's not meant to be up front, in my opinion. It does feel like the drums kind of stop at random points and at random times. Also, if you want those like very background drums vibes, you could consider a little bit more reverb, especially on like the high end. You get a nice kind of dreamy feeling from there. I do agree, a Reese bass could really fit the track, maybe like at this point to add another layer of that progression. There's something coming up that I can see in the waveform, that the track is really changing in terms of its dynamics, so I'm waiting to see what that's going to be. I like that kind of atonal pad sound that you have going on in the mid-range. You could indeed complement that with like a Reese bass, also doing some melodic stuff to keep it interesting. This is kind of the problem if you have one idea and you try to turn that into like a, in this case, 6-minute 30-second track. I feel like we've heard this already for so long. That's what's coming up. Is this what's going to be that 20-minute track that you were talking about before? At this point I could also see like an 8th note arp coming in. Just something like that again to move the idea forward, because we're still with the same kind of atmosphere. I know it changed at least once, right? This atmosphere or this like lower mid-range pad wasn't in there at the beginning, but it has already played. So this would be the point where I would maybe also introduce like a new melodic idea, like the arp that I said before. But I like that you're changing up the drum flow here. Also, the drum loop now, at this point, it's stopping now, but it's becoming again fairly stale, right? Because it's always the same exact kind of rhythm. What you could try and do is maybe have one part where it's the snare isn't on that exact same spot, and you do it like 2 snares, one after the other, or something like that. Or maybe have a few changes to the kick pattern. Some minor variations like that go a long way, and I think in the first drum part, piano stuff I do lots of talk over, but that's a bit of a problem with sampling. I don't understand exactly what you mean there. I'm sorry. I did want to say, like, oh, I should follow you as well, by the way. I did want to say, like, if this is going to be from an arrangement point of view, I don't really vibe with the way that the arrangement is built up in terms of the different sections, like the drums kind of coming in at the end and then it's stopping. I'm assuming, though, that this is going to be that track that you talked about where it's 20 minutes long. And in that case, yeah, you can do like maybe 2 or 3 of these kind of arrangements after each other. And again, changing it up every time a little bit, keeping it interesting by changing some things around. Maybe you want to go with an ARP in kind of the second, like random radio chatter. Ah, yeah, that would keep it interesting as well, because then there's like a story going on top of it. I could see that. That would be cool. Anyway, now we have to go with Klaus. Good production. I like it. I really like the vibe that you were going for. As I said, very much gives me the feelings of a video game loading screen. Some kind of cyberpunk loading screen kind of feel, almost. I guess the music style in cyberpunk is a little bit different, but I could see the vibes. Magic Mushroom. Zone step, if you want to share the track privately, you can do so, but you cannot copy the link from the URL bar. There should be a share option down below for you when it's a private song. And you get a URL like this one, where it's the song URL, and then it has this whole big thing after it. That way you can share a private track. Like the track that we're listening to now is private. Sounds too mono here. The synth should be a lot more stereo, in my opinion. Kick and bass looks nice. It also sounds nice and dark. Maybe the fill there is a little bit too quiet. You could have maybe like an atmosphere in there to just keep a little bit of the volume still in there. I also think that maybe you're a little bit loud here in this area with what was happening before. Here again. Yeah, it's probably the vocal having that one spike there, as well as just your kick and bass being fairly warm. This is the link. You cannot send links in the YouTube chat, that won't show up for anybody else. But I can check the link for you in Discord and see if it's gonna work. You haven't posted it yet in Discord? Are you one of these new people here? Matt Peterson? Because I don't see the link yet. Right now we're at this track and we've played this one. And yeah, your link isn't, if it's not one of those two, then your link is not showing up yet. Also, for example, when it comes to a stereo field, I like my offbeat hi-hats to have a little bit of reverb on them, so that it gives it also a little bit of that extra stereo. I would also consider having the open hi-hats towards the end of the phrase there. I hope it's okay if I posted 2 songs from 4 and 5 years ago. Those are tracks that we can laugh about together. Perfect. Then we'll laugh together about your tracks. No, the goal is never to laugh about tracks, it's to, I guess in this case, see how far you've gotten in the last 5 years. Here again you have a very nice lead. I really like the lead, but it should probably be a little bit more stereo. Which is funny, because I normally really like what you're doing with the stereo field. It's just there were a few elements that were off here. I guess this is still a work in progress, so that's what happens. Next up then, we have Man Who Isn't an Artist. I previously complained about 230 BPM being a little bit too fast for me. So, of course, like any sane person, he decided to post a 250 BPM track. This is Bass Jump, 250 BPM, A sharp self master. Again, zone step, there is a queue out there, so as long as you don't post, you're not in the queue, and we're just going by order, right? We're just going down the queue. Yeah, this is too fast for me. I don't like this. It's hard to dance to 5-2. Trying to dance to every second kick. I know that's the goal, but then what you would have is you would have your snare every bar, not every half a bar like it's now. Now you kind of have to dance like this because of the snare and also the offbeat hi-hat. Send the link on Discord. Yes, exactly. Exclamation point feedback gets you into my Discord server, and then you scroll down to feedback on stream, and this is the feedback queue. So you just post it in the feedback queue here. reason why the stereo field looks like a snake is because there's some kind of stereonizing happening on the bass line, as you can see, that just kind of looks like that. Just standing and vibrating. Yes, everybody's vibrating to this. Bassline. It's the true embodiment of a bassline indeed. Technically speaking, Klaus, a church clock is a 1/60 BPM track. 60 BPM is, yeah, that's the seconds. But if you have a church clock that rings every hour, you get a track that is 1/60 BPM. This is 250 BPM, Kington. That's what we're listening to right now. Honestly, Cristo, I'm sorry, I still don't know how to pronounce your name. Man who isn't an artist. What I would do is get a few different reference tracks and see if there's difference between how you write your music and how the reference tracks sound. Because I do feel like there's a little bit. I think this track is the best one that you've posted today, in terms of how everything works together and how everything is morphing, but I still feel like there's a little bit of the tendencies in there that it feels like the elements are just kind of randomly placed in there. And in this one, what really stands out is like the lack of fills and the lack of the complexities in the bass line that I showed before. I do really like how you're drawing on the stereo field though. I give you credit for that. That's really cool. Anyway, next track is Snacks with Mystique Bin. I don't know what bin means. I think that still means like something like work in progress or something like that. This is OneDrive. Can I just play it in here? It does seem like it. Perfect. Nice, nice, nice. Bin stands for binaural. Oh yeah, you said it. Produced and mixed in Dolby Atmos. Which I'm not going to be able to hear because this is just normal stereo. But it's a cool concept. I don't know how far Atmos is going to go in terms of its popularity. It was promised to be the next generation in like listening experience. When you're listening to it right now in just normal stereo, it's way too stereo. The stereo field. This should probably be around like here, is what you should aim for. Kick and bass is nice and mono. But maybe that's an artifact of it being like made for Atmos. But I don't think Atmos really has taken off in any way, because I believe all of the gear that you need either to listen to it or to work for it is just too expensive maybe. Hope there won't be many artifacts by playing it on OneDrive. There shouldn't be. Maybe some high-end stuff, but it seems to be that even the high-end is okay, so no compression is being applied here. At least no lossy compression. Gear's matte and no clubs really have it. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's some headphones out there, but even those are like $400 and then you have decent headphones. whereas you can get really cool or really good stereo headphones for half the price. The idea is really cool though. Feels like the track is skipping a little bit, but what's happening is that there's one note every while that is an 8th note, but it's not like placed on the offbeat. To me it sounds like the track is skipping a little bit. I don't know if that's the effect that you're going for. It's definitely interesting. Something interesting is happening. Yeah. Other people are hearing it too. I think maybe that's what you're hearing. I don't know if that's what you're hearing. Overall though, the sound design and even the mixing quality is really well done. Nice transition into triplets. Like a longer beat feel. Yeah. That's what I was hearing as well. But I think that was happening because it was 16 notes. I'm not hearing it anymore. Or because that was that 1/8 note there. Wait, there's still something happening. Maybe there is a little bit of an artifact. But I would assume that that would show up in here. Like the distance between these would be different. It is. There's a little. Maybe it is a OneDrive thing. Yeah, maybe it is. I can see another, like, slightly longer note. So then ignore my comment on the... I think this is more a OneDrive thing. That the playback in OneDrive is just not made for accurately representing music, and it messes with like the timing. You normally expect that when it tries to keep up in terms of internet, but it says it's like downloaded up until here. So maybe it's just the playback thing. You could hear it here as well. You see that? Maybe you can spot it sometime. Here. Do you see how this space is a little bit shorter than all of the other spaces between transients? That's where you hear the like skipping effect. That's obviously not like a production thing. There's no way that would happen in a DAW unless you really do it deliberately. Maybe not made for WAV files. Yeah, that could be it. The one that I found to work the best for like sharing WAV files seems to be Google Drive. But also SoundCloud, if you don't really care about the playback like quality, if you don't mind like a little bit of encoding artifacts at above 16K, which I mean isn't the end of the world, then you can use SoundCloud as well, and that's a very easy way to share it, because it's just very, very nice. What is the channel where I should send the link? Feedback on stream. It's a little bit lower, so when you come in my Discord, you see something like this. You just scroll down over here, until you get to feedback on stream right here, and then you can just write your message right there. Feedback on stream, yes, yes, yes. I can confirm once you send the link that I can see it. Here again, this might be a Dolby Atmos thing. This seems to me like it's too much stereo for like a normal stereo file. Maybe it works really well because when you're playing it to Dolby Atmos that works really well, but when you're translating it to stereo it seems to be a little bit too wide for me. But overall, when it comes to the production, it was a little bit unfortunate that we had those timing issues, but the production itself sounds really, really good. Late night stream, you have a lot of tracks still. Well, I also have a lot of energy still. So, yeah, I guess. Also, I didn't post a short today. I forgot to post a short. I thought that the shorts I had scheduled were up to today, but they were up to yesterday, so I need the views. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Anyway, let's see. Zone Step, yes, I have received your track, as you can see. We are going to continue with King Thin here. Major boring shit, D sharp 156. I'm expecting some very crisp sound design from you, my guy. As always, I have to say. He's very good at this. Very good at this sidetrend stuff that he is doing. Have you guys heard about that? Pressure is on, but you always deliver. That's why the pressure is on. I mean, listen to this vocal effect, I really like it. Nice, dark and punchy. Absolutely clean. I mean, what else can you want? I'm hitting the couch, melting at the moment, way too hot. Luckily I have air conditioning now in this apartment, because otherwise I would be doing the same. I can turn it off though, actually. Do I have... Nah, I'll do it after the track. If you want, the vocal can use a little bit of extra stereo width. Now with the delay it has some, but when it's just playing on its own, it's really, really mono. I know for you in particular that's a little bit hard. For those that don't know, this is not only a very, very talented producer, but he's also deaf in one ear. So that makes it even more impressive what you're doing. But that's sometimes a reason why we'll hear that maybe the stereo filter is a little bit off. But that's just one element in the track so far. This is not a good interaction. I don't know if Histro is still here. Again, I don't know how to pronounce the name, but that's another good example of the kick fill and the rest like interacting with each other. The thing that was lacking in your, I guess, tracks, I should say. Like a little rhythm change there. I do agree, maybe a bit of reverb on your hats would be nice. I actually like how you're removing the hi-hats, and then once the hi-hats are removed, the filtering comes in, so that it's like a two-stage thing, but it happens still in like one flow. It's not like the hi-hats just kind of randomly stop at a random point. By the way, is there a chance that you're using Harmer synthesizer for all of the atonal stuff that you've been doing, and like custom phaser stuff? Some of the sounds sound really Harmer-like. Like this stuff here. That's atonal stuff that you're doing. Serum and Vital all the way. Okay. Turns out I have a lot more to learn. This is really easy to make in Harmer. I don't have Harmer anymore. It's been a long time since I used it. I want to get it again. But Harmer has like custom phasers where you can like build your own phasers, kind of like how you can in Vital. But Harmer is fully additive, from like the oscillators all the way to the effect, right? Ooh. Yeah, like this stuff, this is very easy to do in Harmer, because you can just set where all of the partials of the additive synthesis play. Harmer is indeed on my like investment list. It's a little bit more towards the bottom, but it's still on there. I guess the other way that you could do this in Serum is through the detune width, right? The how far the pitch bend goes for the detuning. You just crank that up to like 2 octaves or something like that. That's true. You can also do it in Operator and just make sure that you're not using like a lower few harmonics, so that you get some nice upper harmonic stuff, and then it becomes atonal as well. But it's not so easy to edit in that case. There's one sound that there's something happening where it's off the beat. That's maybe something to address. It sounded like it was like shifted backwards a little bit. Maybe some plug-in delay that isn't properly compensated. That's a very Ableton thing to happen. I think I know which one and why it's happening. Perfect. Wait, I think I heard it like strangely at the beginning, but I felt like the hi-hat just kind of went up in volume there and then down again. I don't know if that's what was supposed to happen. It sounded a little bit strange. Suddenly I was like, wait, is that hi-hat always that loud? Maybe you're like filtering it out and then having a bit of resonance on the filter, so the resonance at some point just gets to the frequency area that the hat is actually in, and then it just makes it louder. Maybe of the resampling you did. Okay, yeah, that could also be. If you're putting it into a sampler and then maybe you left some still in the playlist or something like that. I don't know. I don't know your production. Fat person. Bleh stuff.mp3. That's the next track that we're going to listen to. Starting off nice and strong. Ooh. I would personally say that this is maybe a little bit on the bright side. You can tone this down a little bit. But I love the idea so far. There's really cool modulation stuff happening here. Nice and complex. Another thing that you might want to consider is having a little bit more of a beefy kick. I know you're going with like a drum set here. Ooh. We talked about before cyberpunk music from one of the other tracks that somebody sent, but this could also fit very well in that game. As I said, I know you're going with like the drum kit for your drums, but I would consider having like a nice beefy electronic kick below there, just so that you have that strong impact on the sub bass. Doom Eternal vibes, yes, also. I guess that track uses a little bit more like actual guitar. I think this is all synth work, right? You could even layer the two kicks if you want to. You just use the sub bass of an electronic kick so that you get that from it. Maybe up until like 200 Hz. And above it you still keep the timbre of the drum kit kick on top of it. This might be a little bit hard to emulate with an electronic kick drum, that last bit, but holy shit, this this sounds really good. It is indeed, yeah, it's a bit too like bright for my taste. I guess the noise is the main culprit of that, but overall the sound design and just the quality of this stuff is really well done. I quickly want to turn off my air conditioning, if I can find the thing for it. Where is the remote? My air conditioning is working a little bit too well today. It's starting to become cold. That's not what we want. Remote is on the sofa. It is not on the sofa. No, it was in the other room. Anyway, now we're going to listen to another King Thing track. As I've said before, he's an incredible sound designer, but he's saying that this is his first track for comparison and it's 5 years old, so let's see the difference. It's still going to be a crazy track, I assume.
Hallo. Hallo. Hier ist die Polizei. Hallo. Hier ist der. Bitte. Ich kann gar nichts verstehen.
You can definitely see that there is some progression that was made in the last 5 years. This really has like Gonzi vibes, Goa Minimale.
Ich wollte fragen, wo die Nacht das Gewitter war. In Deutschland. Saarbrücken. Ja. Und das war nass. Bitte? Das Gewitter war nass. Nass? Nass. Nass.
I mean, if you compare it with my first Psytrance track, and even more embarrassingly my first track, if I were able to find both of those, this is actually very well done. For first track,
Ja, entschuldigen Sie, ich bin 99 Jahre.
there's some very loud stuff going on indeed, yeah.
Ist denn viel passiert? Ja. In Deutschland.
Doesn't seem like the bass has an envelope to it either.
War da das Gewitter? War bitte? Hallo? Da war kein Gewitter. Gewitter? Wo?
I used a very down-pitched Ableton stock sample for the bass. Ah. In that case, it works really, really well, actually.
Ich hab Sie jetzt aber nicht verstanden.
But you can definitely hear like all of the random placement of the elements. It's not as thought through as you're doing it now with your tracks, where you're still having all of these switch ups and the like changes in the rhythm and stuff. But here it just feels random. Right now, actually, with the kick fill, it doesn't feel random, it just feels like it's happening too much. Also, I believe that's kick on top of bass playing there. It's kick on top of bass and then it's going into a clipper, I think, here. Right? Can I... It does seem to be that this is, yeah, a kick going into some kind of soft clipper or a limiter, I guess. And then the bass is playing on top of that. It's a strange technique, at least, to keep your dynamics down. I would just have removed the bass line, but... I mean, that's how we all start out, right? If you have time left, I'd love to hear your feedback on this one. What I'm going to do, seeing as Hirsto, I'm very sorry, I just cannot pronounce your name. Since that is his 5th track that he's sharing with us today, the one that he just shared down below here, I'm probably going to skip this one, and I think for now I will close submissions. So I have 3 more tracks to go through, and then I'm going to call it a day, because otherwise it is getting too late for my liking. As I said, I don't have any short. I didn't post a short today because I forgot that today the short will end. I actually still have to record the shorts also for tomorrow, so I actually have some work to do after this stream. So I always like to stream like in long feedback streams, but I don't want to make it too late today. I like it. Nice and aggressive. You should work with that person indeed. Yes. Maybe that like squeal high end thing is a little bit too loud. Like the whole track is distorted and loud, right? But that is also high pitched and right around the area of like 2 to 5k, which we're very, very sensitive to. If it comes again, I'll show it. This one here, this might be a little bit too loud because it's also in that, exactly in that sweet spot of where we are sensitive to as humans. This is a little bit cleaner. Nice little scratch in there to spice it up, but this sounds nice and clean actually. There's a little bit of an issue there, it goes into the lower frequencies. I didn't spot that earlier because the kick is probably on top of it or something like that, but maybe there are some issues with some other sounds as well where they go into the lower frequencies even though that you don't want them to. Just a simple high pass should fix that. Another one of my first ones from 2019, this is another one from King Thin. This is called Zieke Zieke 1.74. Yeah, the squeal, that's the one that I said. Or the scratch here towards the end is the one that... That one. This is the one that has like low frequency stuff. And then there was the other thing that I talked about, which is the thing that was sitting right in the frequencies, right around between 2K and 5K, where we're very, very sensitive. It's that pitching up thing there. The laser thing, yeah, that's the other thing that that is maybe something to look at. Anyway, this is King Thin with Zieke Zieke 1.74. And then after that, we're listening to zone step music. That will be the last track for today. That's a very aggressive kick. I do hope that zone step is still here, indeed, because he spent so much time trying to send this track and now he finally did it. Would be a waste if he's no longer here. Or maybe you'll watch it back, like so many do. Okay, so he's still here, nice. Those are samples of goats. Is it the screaming goat trend? Like remember how they used to edit goat screams into popular pop songs? Like Taylor Swift and everything? You just took that idea and said like, well, they can't sample it into my track if it's already in there. So I'll just immediately put them in there. The kick sounds like it's an 8 note. I think it is, yeah. Maybe even a little bit longer. Because it does seem to ring out a little bit. We're not going to seriously critique this, because this is like one of his first tracks and we're just listening to this for fun. I mean, if you want, I can seriously critique this. I can point out that the whole track is completely mono. That would be really unfair though, because not only were you a beginner, as I said before, you're also a little bit handicapped in that regard. Is it going faster? No. Maybe it's just the pitch change that made it feel like it went a little bit faster. It will get faster. Okay. At this point, we're suddenly introduced with a melodic element in the last quarter of the track. Would be a very subtle way to fuck with the DJ is if you make like a speed automation or a tempo automation on your track, let's say from like 143 BPM to 145 BPM over the length of your whole track. Because then it goes just like that slightly bit faster and you're never going to be able to beat match it anywhere. It's a terrible idea. Don't do that. If you want your track to never be played in any live set ever. Am I still alive? Yes. Yes, I'm still alive. And also live. Although not for very long. We still have one track to go and then it's going to be over for today. I still have to record 15 shorts. So that sounds like a lot, but that usually just takes like 45 minutes to do. Which, I mean, for 15 1-minute videos, you still think it's like, that's a lot of time, but you can hear me speaking now, and when I'm like making edited content, I want everything to be perfect. So like I try to do as like 2 takes for almost everything, I guess. Not 2 takes, but anytime that I'm not happy with how something is pronounced or how I'm explaining it, I just immediately stop and start over. So like any video that I make, the recording process takes like 3 times usually the video length, because I'm just constantly stopping and starting over. You may have seen what Eclip recently posted about the C# thing. Psytrance in C# or something like that. That's the video it was called. Can I no longer find it? He posted like bloopers while in C#. Yeah, that's the. This is my recording process as well, while in C#. It's really funny to see that everybody kind of does the same thing, but Zone Step, it is indeed up to you to end on a banger. This is Anti-Materie X featuring Zone Step, Know My Recklessness. It was also a very, very long track. It didn't feel like 9.5 minutes, but that was a 9.5 minute track. And with that, I'm going to end the stream as I need to record YouTube shorts. Human, I still make trance music these days. So do I. Just not normal trance, psytrance. It's an American saying, I think, Dix. Yeah, so that would explain why I didn't get it. Anyway, thank you all for stopping by. I had a really fun stream, and I hope you guys had too. Oper Kulum, I want to thank you again for the money that you sent my way, the donation. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you again. And see you all next time.